Welcome to our budget hearing for the school year 2021. Again, as we have with all these meetings, we begin by hoping that everybody is in the best of health and that you and your loved ones are doing well. We continue to be hopeful that things will get better, and it seems that with the opening of phase one, we are moving in the right direction. Because I believe that we have a very long meeting ahead of us, I'm going to just go ahead and ask for a motion to convene general session at 4:41. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Burgos. Could I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? You know what? Usually at this time, we do ask everybody, I do ask everybody to please stand for the pledge. So maybe if we can do that, that would be great. So if we can do that before we convene exec. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of the United States of America,
and
to the republic
For which it stands,
one nation, under
God,
God,
indivisible,
liberty,
liberty,
and
and
justice for all.
justice for all.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask that we have get a motion to recess general session and convene into executive session at 4:42 p.m. For the purpose of matters. For the purpose of negotiations conducted pursuant to the Taylor Law involving the Brentwood Principals Supervisors Organization, Local 237, the Teamsters, the Brentwood Professional Nurses Association, and the Brentwood Teachers Association. I also believe that we will be discussing the Brentwood Clericals Association, and also seeking legal advice from the board's attorney. So could I please have a motion to convene exec?
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Burgos. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. So to the viewing public, what we'll do is we're going to go into exec session, and it's expected that we're going to come out at 6 o'clock so that we can convene general and get right into the budget meeting. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Ms. Chang if you can just Good evening, everyone. And I guess the first thing that I have to do is open up with a tremendous apology to the entire Brentwood School District. I know that we were supposed to start at 6 o'clock. It was executive session for an hour and a half. But we really, 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 really are overachievers, and we try to jam as much as we possibly can, and we just don't find enough time. And not that any of us are real talkers. I mean, we really don't, have many. Mr. Lotion, I'm looking at you. I just.
Not at all. Everybody's quiet as church mice here.
Yeah. So we are very extremely apologetic for this. It's really never happened before, but we did take care of a lot of essential business on behalf of the community and the school district. And to my colleagues, I thank you very much for the heated exchanges. I know that we don't always agree, but we are, I think, always looking out for the best interest of the community. And thank you to Stacy and to Rich for your feedback. So with that being said, I am going to need a motion to adjourn exec session. And
Motion.
return to the public
Oh,
session
sorry.
at 7:17 p.m. That was a motion by Trustee Safiri. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Felix. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? What I would like to do is just go down the agenda. We would be at items for action. It's the order of business would be, I need a motion as follows. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby suspends the order of business for this meeting and this meeting only according to policy 2350. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Moore. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions? Opposed? So moved. B2B, retirement incentive. Whereas the school district wishes to offer a retirement incentive benefit to members of the Brentwood Principals and Supervisors Association, BIPSO, Brentwood Clerical Association as amended, BCA, Local 237 City Employees Union, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Local 237, and Brentwood Professional Nurses Association, BPNA, submitting their application for resignation for the purpose of retirement by May 27th, 2020, with an effective date of no later than June 30th, 2020, and whereas representatives of the district and BIPSO, BCA, Local 237, and BPNA have engaged in discussions for such an offer of a retirement incentive benefit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education herewith approves an agreement with BIPSO, BCA, Local 237, and BPNA to provide a retirement incentive benefit and authorize the expenditure of funds necessary to implement the terms of said agreement. I need a motion.
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 Motion by Trustee Safiri. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Felix. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. These are separate voting items, appointments, resignations, and leave of certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Moore. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Burgos. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1B, appointments, terminations, resignations, and leaves of non-certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. I need a motion.
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 I said
I don't know what happened to my picture.
motion.
Okay, just a minute. I'm having some technical difficulties here.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We can see you, Robert.
Yeah.
Okay, all
you
right.
can hear us.
So I need a motion, I'm sorry.
Motion?
Motion by trustee Burgos. I need a second.
Second.
Second, Simone.
Trustee Holder is a second. Holder Daniels, I need all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstentions. There are two walk-in resolutions that are on the table. I am going to read the resolutions, and the first one being resolution authorizing Board of Education's efforts to obtain equitable school funding. Whereas in 2006, Campaign for Fiscal Equity successfully challenged New York State's school financing system on the grounds that the system underfunded New York City public schools and denied students the right to a basic education guaranteed by the New York State Constitution. And whereas in 2007, New York State enacted legislation to reform the state's method of allocating resources to school districts in order to comply with the 2006 New York Court of Appeals order in Campaign for Fiscal Equity versus State of New York. And whereas the foundation aid formula created by New York State was supposed to result in the allocation of resources to school districts in a more equitable manner, and whereas the way that New York State has funded the foundation aid formula since 2008 has resulted in gross inequality, where statistically speaking, the higher the percentage of students of color in the school district, the lower the likelihood that the school district is being funded at the level promised by New York State in 2008. And whereas a minority school district is nearly 3 times as likely to be underfunded as a predominantly white school district, and whereas the Brentwood Union Free School District has previously suffered and is continuing to suffer from the results of this inequitable funding system, and whereas the Board of Education of the Brentwood School District has taken the necessary measures to file a complaint with the U.S. Department of Education, Office for Civil Rights, to assert that New York State's current funding scheme violates Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race by any program that receives federal funding. And whereas OCR has dismissed the district's complaint on the basis that there is a similar complaint pending in New York State court that was brought by other school districts, and whereas we do not agree with OCR's grounds for dismissal, therefore the Board of Education of the Brentwood School District hereby authorizes the district's general counsel, Bond, Schoenig and King, PLLC, to appeal OCR's determination. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. I need a second.
Second.
Second by trustee Eileen Felix. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. The second resolution up for as a walk-in has to do with election inspectors. And the resolution itself reads as follows. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby authorizes the district clerk to amend the list of elections inspectors / poll coordinators and or chief election inspectors, chairperson for the 2019-2020 school district election and budget vote without further board approval in the event that additional individuals are needed to facilitate the election and budget vote. And be it further resolved that for the 2019-2020 school district election and budget vote, the rate of pay for election inspections / poll workers shall be increased from $12.50 per hour to $14.50 per hour, and the rate of pay for the chairperson / chief election inspector shall be increased from $14.50 per hour to $16.50 per hour. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion, Simone Holder Daniel. I need a second.
Second.
Second, trustee Safiri. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. So this really does bring to conclusion the part of the agenda that we are voting on. At this point, what we will be doing is turning this over to Ms. O'Connor, who's the Assistant Superintendent of Finance for the district. She has a PowerPoint presentation that she'd like to present, and along with Superintendent Lochner, we'll be discussing the budget that's being proposed to the Brentwood School District. So without further ado, Ms. O'Connor, could you take it over from here?
Yep. I'm going to hopefully share my screen, bring up the presentation. Okay. Okay, so welcome everybody to the budget hearing for the Brentwood School District. Today, Superintendent Lochner and I will go over, what we know about the budget and what's happened in terms of aid and many other things involved with the budget for this very unusual year. We could start off with just, what is our budget this year? What are we projecting for the 2021 school year? That's $430 million budget. Our current budget is about $419 million, so that's a 2.7% increase, or just over $11 million that we're looking to add for the following year. If we look at our totals with the 3-component budget, just some facts about the budget. Our program total, which is our instruction, is $344 million. Capital, which would be our buildings and grounds, security, IT, things like that, is $42 million, and then our administrative comes out to $43 million. We look at a tax levy and what that means to the district. We're increasing the levy by 2.5%. We're still within the tax levy cap. Only a simple majority approval is required. That's 50% plus 1 vote in order to have a successful vote. CPI this year is only 1.18% increase. So how is 2.5 within the allowable cap? Well, we have carryover from the previous year. If you remember, in 1920, for the school year, we had first approved an increase of roughly 4.03% on the levy. But when we actually came out with the levy, because of a pilot payment, we received some excess revenues that we really didn't expect the previous year. Our actual levy was only 1.03%. So you're allowed to carry over 1.5% of your levy. So we have some carryover funds available to us. And also for the first year, we have a capital exclusion. There was a change in how BOCES capital costs are now included within our tax cap calculation. That was never done before. That was a change made by the state when they adopted their budget. Our actual allowable levy for the 2021 school year is 4.5%. But we're coming out at a 2.5% levy increase. So we will expect to have carryover again into the 21-22 school year. Again, that can only be a maximum of 1.5% of our actual levy. That's the cap on the carryover in a tax levy. Estimated tax rate increase, the tax levy is what we ask the entire community for. The tax rate is how individual homes actually feel that increase. Within the town of Brentwood, we consider a house assessed at $35,000 the average assessment for the community. So if we look at this budget with the 2.5% levy increase, that would come to approximately $10 a month or $134 per year. That's if your house is assessed at $35,000. If it's a little bit more, it could be a little higher. If you're assessed less than $35,000, you could expect it to be lower. However, that's based on some information for the 1920 school year. That's the actual assessed values for the entire district, and also the adjusted base proportions for 1920. What the adjusted base proportions are how the town divides up the levy between the residents and the commercial businesses within the school district. That's out of the school district's control. That's simply done by the town, but they don't do that until August. And I have to make this estimate now. So I just go by whatever was done in 1920. I just use those figures, and then in August we'll come out with an actual number. Again, last year when we found out about an additional pilot payment that we'd receive, and we found that out last August, we made that adjustment, and that's how we were able to lower the levy for the community. The state's budget, well, it's been kind of a crazy year for everybody, but certainly in budgeting. In January, when the state came out with their with the governor, when the governor came out with his proposal for education, it was very positive. We were looking at across the state $826 million for education. We were very happy. It was a good starting point for Brentwood. That meant an increase of 9.5 million. And as we know, as the negotiations take place at the state level, we usually end up getting more than that. So we were hoping for maybe 11 or 12 million dollar increase. Come the pandemic, come April, when the state actually has to set their budget, what it ended up being was negative $1.2 billion for education overall. That's, a huge change, even for Brentwood, because our overall increase that we found, or decrease, I should say, that we found out about in April was almost $500,000 lower than what we're getting in 1920. So if we take that into account with what we were expecting, at least a $9.5 million increase that we were promised in January, that's a $10 million swing. That is a huge hit to take in, in that short time frame and to prepare for in a budget. Then comes along the CARES Act funding. That's federal funding to help education, which was given to the state. And what the state did when they cut out the $1.2 billion statewide in education funding, they backfilled that with CARES Act funding. So overall, they gave us a certain allotment of the federal CARES Act funding, and they took out the same allotment from our state aid. So that CARES Act funding actually went to the state. It really didn't come to school districts. Certainly didn't increase our aid at all for the year. And now we're finding out that kind of buried in that CARES Act funding is a provision where public school districts have to share some of that funding based on a certain formula, which we're not even familiar with yet exactly. We have to share that with some of the non-public schools, if you have any non-public schools within your school district. So I'm still waiting for that calculation and to see what that deduction will be as well. That's very hard to follow. I get that it's very complicated. I have a clip from a webinar that took place. I found it very valuable. The webinar itself, there were actually a couple of webinars. And there were business officials throughout Long Island. There were a couple of people from BOCES. There was an auditor there as well, actually our claims auditor, as well as one superintendent there. The clip I'm going to show now talks about the CARES Act and the backfilling and what the state did. And it's you're going to hear, you'll see the picture here. The audio is kind of separate. I'm just going to keep that picture frozen. I couldn't get it to display nicely with the audio. So this is going to be Joe Dragone speaking. He's in the top right with the blue jacket, and he is the business official in Roslyn School District in Nassau County.
But this one question I think we can answer pretty quickly. Has the state legislature officially adopted the 2021 budget? And the answer to that question is yes. The legislature has enacted a budget, and the budget that they enacted, they actually reduced by $1.2 billion the amount of money that's coming out of state coffers in the form of state aid, but they backfilled it with the CARES funding, $1.2 billion that we got from the federal government. So the answer is yes, we do have an officially enacted state budget. However, that state budget is subject to change depending upon whether or not the revenue is 1% less than anticipated or expenses are 1% more than anticipated.
I hope that helped to explain it a little bit better as well. Superintendent Losner, did you want to do the next slide?
Sure. We definitely have some concerns as Ms. Akana has mentioned, there are 3 periods where the governor can actually step in and reduce the amount of aid that he has pledged to the district. If you notice, the first one is April 30th. That's actually that obviously that date has passed. However, that doesn't mean that he still won't weigh in. And we actually do anticipate the governor making some type of announcement this week. All signs have pointed to that, and he's mentioned it a number of times. So we believe this week, or at the most in 2 weeks, we'll find out whether the governor is intending on reducing our state aid. Concerns we have is the number that he's tossing around in some of his press conferences. It could be as high as 20%. That's a major concern for Brentwood, because if he reduces our state aid, well, actually, there's 2. There's foundation aid and then all of the aid. If he reduces the foundation aid at 20%, that could be a $42 million reduction, which would be tremendously devastating to the school district. And that's a major concern of ours. And you'll see on the slide, even if it's a 10% reduction, that would still be $21 million. And again, really devastate what we're trying to do here. All aid, we received $286 million in all aid, not just foundation aid. If he uses that number, and again, we're uncertain as to what is going through his mind, that 20% reduction could be as much as 56 million, or a 10%, 28 million. What we do hope for is that if there is a reduction across the board, that they don't do it across the board, and they take a look at the districts. I mean, we are a high need district, as Ms. O'Connor pointed out earlier. We actually didn't get any increase in state aid this year. As a matter of fact, we went down, as she put that on before. We're one of only 3 school districts on Long Island that did not go up in state aid. And to this day, I have received no really answer from the governor's office as to why Brentwood did not receive additional foundation aid. Really unexplainable. So if they do reduce, what we are hoping for is that they're careful when they do a reduction across the district. Because as you can imagine, a 20% reduction here in Brentwood, as you can see, it's $42 million. That's really completely different than a 20% reduction in a Syosset or a Roslyn, which does not rely heavily on state aid. So we would really be hit tremendously disproportionately than other districts. So what we do hope is that if there is a reduction, he does it in a fair and equitable way. But that will be something, if there are reductions, that we're going to have to deal with as a school district. And we're going to have to take a look at some of the things that are in this year's budget and potentially take them out next year.
And just the difference between the foundation aid is clear, it's just our foundation aid. But what we add in when we talk about all aid is something called expense-based aids. That's where we spend money and then we get some, a percentage of aid back on that, such as transportation aid or capital aid, or
BOCES.
BOCES. Yeah, BOCES is a big one. Textbook and library materials, things like that. If we recall, back in January, when the governor announced his budget, he was looking at consolidating 10 different aid categories, those expense-based aids, into one aid. So that's why, there is the concern there that, that whatever percentage he's going to cut may come off all aids. Maybe this is kind of like a backdoor way to get that done for him, because he wasn't able to get it through in the actual state budget. So just to talk a little bit about kind of what Superintendent Lochner was saying, we're going to go back to another webinar. This is the second webinar they had. There were 2 of them. You'll hear Joe Dragone from Roslyn again. He'll start, And then Ryan Ruff, who's from Eastern Suffolk BOCES, will kind of jump in at the end, and he actually talks about Brentwood.
So we have one very interesting question that came in that I think is vital. Does the panel have any comments or advice regarding the disproportionate fiscal impact on districts that have substantial reliance on state aid revenues and those districts that have a much lower reliance on state aid? The panelists' CWRs range from +19 to +142, wealthier than the average New York State district. My own district is -61% lower than the average New York State district. New York State decisions based on equal impact statewide are certainly not equal.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit. Bill referred to it in the Monday session, that when the governor talks about a percentage reduction in state aid, if he applies that percentage reduction to foundation aid without respect to the amount of state aid that a district gets, it would be terribly unfair to a district like a Roosevelt or a Hempstead or a Wyandanch that are heavily dependent upon foundation aid to fund their programs, to accept a 20% reduction in foundation aid, when in fact the 20% reduction for foundation aid in Roslyn would be significant, harmful, hurtful, but it wouldn't stop my educational program from running. And that's something that, we're very concerned about. We still don't know. Weren't we all waiting on May 15th with bated breath for the governor to announce, okay, and here's the changes I'm proposing in state aid. And then he instead said, well, they'll come sometime in May. Right? The sometime in May is probably going to be on May 22nd, right after every one of us has adopted our budget. Or worse than that, on June 9th, right after every one of us have approved our budget. Our communities have approved the budget. But yeah, that's a real concern about the fact that it would have disparate impacts.
And Joe, just to put real quick some numbers on that, if there's a 20% reduction in foundation aid in Brentwood, that's $40 million.
Wow.
They cannot, nobody can remove $40 million, especially a district that is that large and with that much need. So, I know Refit is advocating for making sure that reductions are done in different proportions, right? As you've mentioned, Joe, a 10% reduction in Roslyn, and maybe it has to be a lesser percent reduction in these faulty districts.
Okay, so with that sad news, we talk about the budget increase. We've lost funding, so how is it that we're increasing the budget by 11.3 million? With the reduced state aid, the levy is going up 2.5%. Well, it's been a highly unusual year, as we all know. We have unusual funds that'll be carried over into the following school year because they're unspent in 1920, costs that we simply didn't occur because our buildings aren't open. Spring sports didn't take place. There's a savings there. Some capital projects we were going to do, we kind of cut off, and so we're retaining funds there. Clubs that didn't operate, utility costs from keeping heat off and electricity off, transportation. But having said that, that gives us the ability, I should say, to apply additional fund balance to the following year. So that's revenue to increase the budget. Although we've had unusual savings, we also have additional costs that we didn't expect to incur. We've bought a tremendous amount of computers, which I think is, a testament to the board and the superintendent, just trying to help the community and make distance learning possible, learning at home possible. The tremendous amount of cleaning supplies we've had to buy to sanitize our buildings, PPE, so we're ready when the students and the staff come back to the buildings, and different renovations we're going to have to make, plexiglass in places. things we just, when we started with this budget, costs that we never even anticipated. So even though we're increasing $11.3 million, if we spend that all, it's negatively going to impact our 21-22 school year. It really requires careful planning because I see this as a multi-year challenge for us and really all school districts. So whatever we don't spend this year will be carried over to the following year, but additional costs pop up that we don't even anticipate right now. So we want to be prepared for it. Increasing the budget gives us flexibility within the budget. But again, we all have to monitor things very closely and work together and just constantly communicate. We're hoping for the best. Maybe there is some additional revenue, some CARES Act that will come through at some point. So we can, spend a little bit more within the budget. So we're hoping for that, hoping for the best, but we also have to plan for the worst. Rich, do you want to jump in with anything before we have one more clip about that? That'll be our last clip, but do you want to add to that?
No, actually, I mean, I can add a little bit, really, but it might be redundant. You actually laid it out beautifully, Stacy, and that is that we did increase the budget. You explained why, because there was a great deal of, well, not a great deal, but there was some money that we could roll over because it was unspent this year. But as you said, quite clearly that we can't spend the 430 because we need to look into the future, and that is 2 years from now. So that's why we have to be very careful, as you said, and in our expenditures next year, monitor them closely, make sure that we stay within our budget, and hope, as you said, hope for maybe some type of additional funding from whether it's the federal government or the state government in the future.
Mr. Lochner and Mr. O'Connor, if I can just jump in here, I know that at our last meeting, I actually think that we spent more time and explaining, where this fund balance came from, and I know that it's a concept that has been talked about at many board meetings, and I think that it's very hard to wrap your mind around it. So I know that in the past they have brought up, this 4% that's unappropriated balance that the state lets you carry over. And I know that we also try to find money within the current year's budget in order to, roll it over to next year's to offset any additional costs. Ms. O'Connor, I didn't, can you just elaborate a little bit on that so that the community understands where this money is coming from, and how it is that we find this money? Could you spend a little bit of time explaining that?
Sure. The 4% in our unrestricted reserve that we have is about $16 million. So we finished strongly last year. That's how much we have in that reserve. So, we're healthy there. We do plan to appropriate all of that 16 million towards the following year's budget, in addition to a lot more. You said we tend to find money within the budget. I never really liked that money because that term, I should say, because it's not hidden. It's there. It's built in for the flexibility, kind of just like we're doing now. And whatever we don't spend just goes right back to the taxpayer. So yes, our typical year, we take that 16 million and we've been appropriating in the area of 22 to 23 million a year. So we take another 6 to 7 million and we appropriate it to the following year. And then this year with our savings, like I had described, things that we're not paying for, even though we do have, unusual expenditures, we're looking at roughly a $10 million savings there. So that brings us up to about 33 million. In addition to that, we're looking at appropriating a total of 38 million. So there's another 5 to 6 million that we hope to trim from this year's budget that we can carry over. Again, if we spend all of that, that leaves us with next to nothing moving into the 21-22 school year. and that could be devastating. So we have to do this very carefully, and watch our expenditures throughout the year. Hopefully, if more money comes, we'll make adjustments to those numbers, and and see how we want to move forward. Again, that's why we need that constant communication.
So if you could just follow me, and I'm trying to explain this in a way that a random household can relate to this. So the unrestricted, the $16 million that you identified in the 4%, which is the 4% of the unrestricted fund balance, would be savings that a household would normally put into their savings account for the rainy day that everybody runs into in their daily lives. And then the $7 million that you are identifying, and I used the word that I think that I had my wrists slapped before. It's actually unexpensed revenue or unexpensed funds. That $7 million is money that we find a way that we find along the way through efficiencies that we create. It's also built into the budget to give the school district some flexibility to do extra things along the way. So that is an additional savings to the $16 million that we are purposefully putting aside. So that's the equivalent of going to the supermarket and showing up with coupons, and you have $100 in your budget, but because you were so efficient, you've knocked off $20, and now you are setting that aside as additional savings. So that brings us up to about $13 million. And the reason why I'm spending some time on this is 13. Well, no, the $10 million, how we get to the 23 is that because of this health crisis, we didn't incur $10 million worth of expenses that we now also have available to drop into next year's budget. So that brings us to $23 million. That's that was completely unexpected, but we would be in probably a deeper hole, $10 million if we didn't have those unincurred expenses. So $16 million being savings, $7 million being efficiencies and our grittiness to make that savings along the way during the year. The 13 brings us to $13 million. $10 million is unincurred expenses from the 1920 school year, bringing us to $23 million. But we are applying $38 million worth of the fund balance towards next year. The reason why I want to spend some time on this is because the reason why we're at $430 million is that we are hoping for the best. This is an eyes wide open decision that Mr. Lochner, yourself, and this board is making. With that $430 million, we're hoping that we are able to find that extra money, that through some stroke of luck, we find the money, because once we approve a budget, we really makes it almost impossible for us to spend any more than what was authorized by the taxpayers. With that being said, we are hoping for the best, but we have to plan for the worst. And I know that at the last meeting, I had thrown a number that we needed to actually find about $5 or $6 million worth of additional cuts in this budget to land at a place that was similar to where we end most of our school years. Mr. Lochner, do you want to expand on that? I know that we had a good exchange last week, in terms of how to explain it.
No, actually, you explained it perfectly, and you ended, right where you should, really, and that's that we do hope to appropriate money from next year's budget for the following year. And one of the things to highlight too, that people may not appreciate, the job that Stacy has done and what the board has done over the last number of years. By law, we're allowed to save up to 4% of your overall budget. And that's where we came up with the 16 million. Not every district is financially able to do that, or because of poor planning, they don't do that. So I think it's something to celebrate that we actually have that $16 million on a typical year. And then we have that $7 or $8 million by being prudent during that particular school year. And that is why we have not been in a situation, I'm not going to name districts, but if you read the paper over the course of a year, usually there's 2 or 3 or 4 districts, some of them very close by, that have struggled financially. And that's really because they were not prudent, during the school year and saving, as much as they could in those unrestricted funds. So I'm actually very, proud of Brentwood for being at this point. Because, let's face it, we were expecting, as Ms. O'Connor said, we were expecting 12 million. Really, we were hopeful for maybe 13, $14 million. And we didn't get anything. We actually got below zero. We had almost $500,000 less than what we received the prior year. So to be in a position like this, where we can still offer really most of our services moving forward, is just a tremendous testament to the board and to what we've been able to accomplish. So,
Mr. Loshno, can you also expand a little bit on another topic, and that is that even with the plan that we have in place, the board along with you and the administration, how that could still change dramatically from in the coming months. So I know that we've talked about some of the staffing issues. We've talked about some of the personnel issues, but even with this laid out plan, the best laid out plan possible, that we are still a little bit at our wit's end in terms of what this still looks like. So we have a budget in place, and we have an idea of what it is that we're going to have to trim, but that's still may not be our reality. Mr. Loshno, I mean, can you expand on that?
Yeah, no, I absolutely can. Well, let me back it up a little bit too to help explain it even further. Ms. O'Connor mentioned before that we're really appropriating $38 million this year into next year's budget. If we spend that, we will not have those monies that you and I were just speaking about, that 4% and maybe some additional money that we are prudent about, and we can roll over into the next year's budget. So we have to be extremely careful next year. I mean, really, this is a predicament I'm not sure Brentwood has faced in many, many years, because we've really exposed ourselves by borrowing that $38 million, if you will, and rolling it into next year. So we have to be extremely careful and prudent as we move forward. Now, you mentioned some this does come at a little bit of a cost. The Board of Education this evening approved some early retirement incentives. Those are incentives designed to help us maneuver, as Ms. O'Connor said, through this budget. We do have some retirements in all of the units. But to be honest with the community, obviously we're always honest with the community, not all of those retirements will be replaced. There is, in all likelihood, if the governor comes out in the next week or so, or maybe even tomorrow, and says that there are going to be some budget cuts, we are going to have to look at some of the programs and staffing that we currently have, and look to reduce in areas that, anytime you reduce, it's always painful and can ultimately hurt us, the services that we offer the kids and families. But in all honesty, we probably will have to continue to look at certain areas.
Yeah, and that's ultimately, I think, what I thought needed to be said, in that it is either we're either going to suffer through harsh financial times now or later, and if we don't plan for the next 1 or 2 years in advance, we are going to increase our deficit by as much spending that we don't wisely take into consideration this year. So it is, it's a tough situation, and I think that, you know, again, I want to thank, you know, all the work that Ms. O'Connor and you have done on this, the board members and your cabinet. This is not a situation that anybody wants to be in, and no one wants to cut anything. You know, and that is the position. And I could, you know, clearly, I could speak on behalf of the board and the entire board. Nobody wants to cut anything. Nobody wants to do, you know, anything that's going to take away from the resources this community. And I know that you and your cabinet, Ms. Lochner, feel exactly the same way. But we have a fiscal fiduciary responsibility. We have a fiscal obligation to make sure that we are, you know, running a sound district, and that we have to have this reasonable business approach to be fair with the taxpayers and with the community. So, you know, with that being said, I thank you and everybody involved during this process.
I could just say, no, you're absolutely right, Mr. Feliciano, that we do have to be prudent as we move forward and fiscally responsible. It's not just about this year. It really is. I think no one is going to be surprised by this. Next year, New York State, I think, will still be in really dire straits fiscally. Really, we're taking out months and months and months of tax revenue to the state. We were already in debt as a state prior to the pandemic. This has obviously hurt us tremendously as a state. So I really fully anticipate next year not being, you know, a banner year in terms of foundation aid and state aid. So it would be, and this board will not do it, but it would be fiscally irresponsible if we didn't start to tighten our belt this year. And that's why it is uncomfortable to talk about, you know, potentially, you know, reducing some services for kids because, but you have to look, if you don't do it now, you could really be in really bad fiscal, you know, a real bad fiscal crisis next year or 2 years out. So hopefully we can weather this storm, and I'm actually not hopefully, I'm certain we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
O'Connor, if you want to continue.
Yep. Okay, so I have another cut from that webinar, a clip from it. It'll start off with Laura Newman, who's my colleague from COMAC. Then Bill Johnson will jump in. He's the superintendent from Rockville Center, a former business official. And then Joe Dragone's always speaking, so he'll finish it off at the end, but he has some important points to make.
If I could just jump in too, the other thing, not to be all doom and gloom, we keep talking about what's going to happen in 2021. I think this is clearly going to be similar to GEA. And in the case of GEA, and I can only speak to COMAC, in year one, we had something like $3.9 million was taken away, but we had the stimulus package, which put enough money back that my hit was about $1.5 million in year one. But year two, there was no stimulus money, and we lost $5.5 million. And you know, we've heard talk. This is not a one-year thing. So although we may get some help this year, school business officials and superintendents and boards, I think, have to really look at this in a multi-year approach, because year two will be here in less than a year.
Right. Well, that Laura, what that does is it brings back into the conversation another word that Ernie introduced the other day, which is solvency. And that's the long-term problem that we really have to deal with. I mean, liquidity is the thing that we got to take care of right on our front door. But when you get down into the weeds and start looking at it long term, I think solvency is a critical issue. And I think what you've just said, yes, you should not look only at liquidity and the cash problems we have right now without taking a look at the impact it's going to have long term.
Right. So one of the things that we mentioned on Monday, and we'll say it again because it's important to remember, is be careful what you cut. Cut BOCES expenses, you're reducing BOCES aid for 21-22. Textbook expenses, you're reducing textbook aid for 21-22.
That's an excellent point, Joe.
Okay, so the 2021 school year, and what will that look like? I think Superintendent Lochner was going to talk to us about that.
Okay, your first bullet is very appropriate. Too soon to tell how instruction will take place. I'm very sorry to say this. As a matter of fact, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a principal at a school not too far from here, and he said to me this morning, "I don't think I've said I don't know in his entire career more than he has said in the last few weeks," and that's just it. I mean, we don't know right now. We're hoping, not we're hoping, I think we're certain that the governor will come out sometime in June, hopefully by mid-June, and tell us what the plans are for next summer. I'm sorry, for next fall. Now, I do want to let you know, and I think I explained this, Mr. Feliciano asked me last week, I won't go over it all again, but we are making plans for all different types of reentries. And as a matter of fact, there's a meeting tomorrow with the cabinet, with BIPSO, BTA, and we hope to continue, to take a look and refine plans. Hopefully, when the governor comes out in June, we could say, okay, this is the plan we need to focus on. And at that point, we will let the community know as soon as we know how we're going to proceed in the fall, because I know every parent, every student is anxious to find out what will take place in the fall. Obviously, the ideal situation for us would be to re-enter all students on the first day of school with some type of safety protocols in place, and that certainly will be one of the plans that we'll work on. But then other plans, obviously, I mentioned them last week, can be all different types of scenarios. I do want to say too, Mr. Feliciano mentioned about the computers. One of the things that that the board was planning, even prior to the pandemic, was filtering in tablets for our students over the next couple of years. However, we were forced to, move that timetable up. So we actually purchased 5,000 new tablets. We also have 3,000 that we bought through some grants and some funding from local businesses. Phil Ramos gave us some money, and other places we found it. So we have about 8,000. We may actually have to purchase some additional tablets prior to the school year, if in fact we have to continue with remote learning. Now, summer school, the last bullet there, it's really important for me to speak about, and that's the summer instruction. Typically, we have a very thriving campus here at the high school, also at many of the other elementary schools, even the middle school. The governor was quite clear about 2 weeks ago. He came out and said that there will be no in-person summer school. So obviously, we have to abide by that decree by the governor. So what we are doing, however, we're doing remote learning, and I'm going to briefly mention it. On the elementary level, we've had a science camp that we hope to run virtually. We also had a lit camp that we want to also to continue to run virtually. You'll hear from some of the assistant superintendents in the next few weeks on how to register and get your kids involved. So we really hope to, on the elementary level, still offer a vibrant summer enrichment program to hundreds, if not thousands, of students. Up on the secondary level, we also are hoping to offer summer school virtually to those seniors who did not have the opportunity to graduate in this June. Now, the entire district, however, and I'm really excited about this because we're putting together, and again, this is the assistant superintendent, the coordinators, they're working extremely hard on this, and I'm quite proud of them. We're putting together a plan for all students to continue their homeschooling and continue learning and growing So there isn't that summer slide. So they're putting together a summer learning package from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade, where students who may not be involved in one of these summer enrichment that I just mentioned, but they still can log in on a daily basis and continue to do lessons and grow and hopefully be ready for whatever is happening in September.
Okay, so just a reminder to everybody, the budget vote is June 9th. Ballots must be received by 5 p.m. on the 9th. The preferred method, I would say, is via US mail. You receive the ballots or will receive the ballots with a return envelope. There'll be a drop box located outside of the administration building, but the district clerk will get some information out there when it'll be available to everybody. I don't know if Kathy is still there and wants to say anything about that, if I missed anything.
I did want to Q&A. Kathy, Kathy, can you unmute yourself, please? Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
So I know that that there's been some questions about this ballot box. You know, the preferred method for returning the ballots is by mail. That is probably the most efficient. We are planning on putting a ballot box outside of the admin building on a very limited basis. But no matter what we do, all ballots must be received by 5 o'clock on June 9th. Can you just go into what you're thinking of in terms of the ballot box, just so that everybody is clear in terms of, you know, what the direction is from you? You are overseeing the elections.
You're correct in everything you said. The best is by mail, and the sooner you get it in, the faster we'll be able to count the votes on June 9th. Now, we will have a ballot box. I will put the dates up. It's only going to be 2 days. The reason for that is you really need to mail in your ballot as soon as possible. There's a procedure that has to be done before the ballots can even be open. If we get, and I'll say like 100 ballots at 5 minutes to 5 on the day of the vote, we're not going to start opening ballots up at 5 o'clock because there's a process that has to be done for those 100 ballots. So I'm suggesting to everybody that you mail in your ballots as soon as possible. I have already gotten calls. People have received their ballots. They're all excited to vote. Read your directions on how to vote, what to do. That is the easiest thing. If you have any questions, you can contact me at my email address. I hold it up. There it is.
This has been a regular. It says district clerk email khoey, KHOEY @bufsd.org.
Correct.
So Kathy, I know that you've gone over and you've said, you know, read the directions. I actually, as a community member, I already know that ballots have been received in the mail and that people are getting them and they're excited about, you know, being in the process. Some of the simple things that people overlook in terms of getting their vote counted, you know, the ballots have to be returned in the original envelope that's sent with the ballot. If you're dropping your ballot off, and I'm just going to go over some of the things that you and I had discussed. If you're dropping off your ballot into the ballot box, it still needs to be in the envelope that you sent out to all voters. Another
Correct.
thing that has to be said is that your vote will not be counted unless you sign the back of the envelope, which is the affidavit. Is that
Oath. It's the
oath.
oath envelope. Mm-hmm.
It has to be, the oath envelope has to be fully filled out. Am I missing anything, Ms. Hoey, Kathy?
On the ballot itself, it's just, you're going to send one ballot back. I know we have had to do a Spanish ballot, an English ballot, a Spanish envelope, and an English envelope. Please only return one. They will be separated. If you return two, there may be an issue, and that's when I contact my attorney.
Okay, all right. So I think that we covered almost all of those questions that were asked by certain community members. We are hoping that everything runs smoothly. This has never occurred before. There are going to be some glitches. There are going to be, you know, some things that have to be adjusted to. But you know, in every shape, way, or form, we are going to ensure that this vote and election process is fair and honest. And I thank you for all of your efforts, Ms. Hoey, on behalf of the entire board and the community for everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
So with that being said, can we?
Robert, I would like to make a motion before you close, to go back into executive session and finish a discussion we started regarding one of the unit negotiations. We approved some incentives today, but there's still one unit that we haven't settled. So if there's agreement, if we can go back and just have further discussion. I'd like to make a motion to go back into executive session.
Do we have a
discuss.
second?
Second.
Let me get my paperwork. Okay, so the motion would be to recess public session and reconvene executive session. Let me just get at 8:17 p.m. for the purpose of negotiations conducted pursuant to the Taylor Law involving the BTA, Brentwood Teachers Association Union, and seeking legal advice from the board's attorney. So motion by
I made the
trustee
motion.
Burgos, seconded by trustee Gonzalez. Maria, second?
Yes, yes. Second.
By trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Not on.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? So moved. So with that being said, I would like to thank everybody involved in this process, all trustees, Mr. Lochner, Ms. O'Connor. I know that you guys have had endless hours doing this, and you know, it's always fun. And no matter how we end this, it's always a blast during the process and along the way. So thank you to everybody involved. So with that being said, I would like to ask Ms. Cheng Welcome back to the Brentwood community. And again, I thank the board members and council and Mr. Lochner and Ms. O'Connor for everything. So right now, we're just going to close out the executive session. So I need a motion to adjourn executive session and reconvene public session at 8:50 p.m. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Moore. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Burgos. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
601. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. So now I need a motion to adjourn public session at 8:50 p.m. I need a motion.
Motion.
Was that, I'm going to say Trustee Felix, I think I heard you the loudest. I need a second.
Second.
Second, Trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you so much to everyone. I hope that you have a wonderful night and a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Be well.